Good morning and welcome. Please take your seats and silence your mobile devices. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Across all galaxies, over the history of recorded space and time, only Earth is known to be immersed by ocean. How rare, not only for a blue planet to exist, but for the waters that paint its extraordinary surface to also sustain such a diversity of life. As humans, those same ocean waters are carried in both our breath and blood. Our bodies are made of the very essence that sets the Earth apart. How then do we know more about the vastness of the universe than we do the depth of our own planet's beating heart? What worlds could exist beneath the surface? What damage have we done that we're yet to see? And how do we justify devastating what we're yet to discover? This World Oceans Day, tides are changing. Join the United Nations and Oceanic Global as we explore how Earth is more than it may seem, and bring together decision makers, scientists, civil society, indigenous communities, youth activists, and more, to finally put the ocean first. Because we live on a blue planet, it is time we act like it.
Today, we are in person at the United Nations headquarters in New York, during a moment where the air quality is amongst the worst in the world due to the impacts of wildfires taking place in a nearby country. Globally, we are seeing evidence of a stressed planet, one that is increasingly burdened by human impact. While it was not my original plan to open this way, the situation that we are in, do you see it? A blue marble, the only planet in the solar system that is known to be made predominantly of water. Our living planet, planet Ocean. With this vision in your mind, take a deep breath again, and another. One of those breaths came from the ocean. This year's World Oceans Day theme is Planet Ocean, Tides Are Changing. Today, we'll be reshaping how we view Earth to create a groundswell of momentum towards putting the ocean first. My name is Leah Doriel, and I'm the founder and executive director of nonprofit Oceanic Global. We have been honored to partner with World Oceans Day since 2019. We're excited to once again be joining our hosts, the United Nations Office of Legal Affairs and the Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea, as well as supporting partner Panerai and our contributors Discover Earth. Before diving into today's programming, it is my privilege to introduce His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, who will be joining us virtually for opening remarks.
The ocean is the foundation of life. It supplies the air we breathe and food we eat. It regulates our climate and weather. The ocean is our planet's greatest reservoir of biodiversity. Its resources sustain communities, prosperity, and human health around the world. Humanity counts on the ocean. But can the ocean count on us? We should be the ocean's best friend, but right now, humanity is its worst enemy. Human-induced climate change is heating our planet, disrupting weather patterns and ocean currents, and altering marine ecosystems and the species living there. Marine biodiversity is under attack from overfishing, overexploitation, and ocean acidification. Over 1/3 of fish stocks are being harvested at unsustainable levels, and we are polluting our coastal waters with chemicals, plastic, and human waste. But this year's World Oceans Day reminds us that the tides are changing. Last year, we adopted an ambitious global target to conserve and manage 30% of land and marine and coastal areas by 2030, as well as a landmark agreement on fisheries subsidies. At the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon, the world agreed to push for more positive ocean action. A global, legally binding agreement to end plastic pollution is under negotiation. And in March, countries agreed to the historic ICES Treaty on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Realizing the great promise of these initiatives requires collective commitment. Sustainable Development Goal 14, to conserve and sustainably use the ocean's resources, hangs in the balance. This World Oceans Day, let's keep pushing for action. Today and every day, let's put the ocean first.
Thank you, Secretary General, for reminding us that it is essential to prioritize the ocean. Next, it is my distinct honor to introduce Mr. Serpa Suarez, Under-Secretary General for Legal Affairs and the United Nations Legal Council.
Full room, all blue. Blue is our color. So, distinguished guests, thank you so much for joining the United Nations today on this World Oceans Day to help change the tides for planet ocean. And first of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all speakers and performers who will be presenting today. By sharing your experiences and your stories, you inspire us all to put the ocean first. I would also like to express the deep gratitude of my office through the Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea to our production partner, Oceanic Global, for creating this important international event with us again this year. Our thanks also go to the Panerai for its generous support and to Discover Earth and Ocean X for their contributions. Today's program will take us literally from outer space to the deep sea and everything in between. And by zooming out to 250 miles above the Earth's surface, we will appreciate the unique planetary feature that the ocean is in our universe. And by zooming in on the smallest creatures living on the ocean floor, we will marvel at the underexplored wonders that the ocean has to offer. Speakers will highlight the close interconnectivity of the ocean with our climate, our cultures, and the arts. And the winners of the annual photo competition, to be revealed later this morning, will bring all of these to life with beautiful images. Now, while we gather here once a year to mark World Oceans Day, every day the United Nations and others are working to change the tides for planet ocean. Only a few weeks ago, delegates in this room adopted a series of recommendations on the conservation and management of straddling and highly migratory fish stocks, aiming to ensure sustainable fisheries for current and future generations. And this week, experts are briefing delegations on the challenges and opportunities of new maritime technologies and their possible contributions to sustainable development. Next week, a meeting in New York will elect new members of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, strengthening the framework for the peaceful resolution of ocean-related disputes. And later this month, delegations will resume deliberations on a new treaty on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. And that is with the aim of adopting a final text that will provide a governance framework for nearly 2/3 of the ocean surface. In closing, I would like to acknowledge all efforts that you are making to put the ocean first, including by organizing events and activities to mark this day here in New York City and worldwide through the Friends of World Oceans Day community and other initiatives. I'm delighted that the message of World Oceans Day is carried far and wide, including by the tall ship Amerigo Vespucci, which is setting sail from Genova on the 1st of July for a 2-year world tour. I wish her and all of you fair winds. Thank you.
your leadership and vision on World Oceans Day. At Oceanic Global, our mission is to reconnect humanity to the ocean as the lifeblood of the planet, and to provide tangible solutions and blueprints for coexisting in harmony with the natural world. As humans, we are part of this beautiful web of life, and our survival is dependent on our interactions with that, and for that, a thriving ocean. The ocean sustains all life on Earth. No matter where we are from, we rely on the ocean, from the air that we breathe, to the food that we eat, to how we transport, and even how the climate is regulated. Today and every day needs to be about coming back into harmony with the ocean, looking at how we are redesigning our systems and making decisions that put the ocean at the center of it all. We'll be hearing today from individuals, communities, and nonprofits to the private sector that we need to come together and pave the path forward for the ocean and for our collective well-being. We live on a blue planet. The ocean does not only support humanity, it supports all life on Earth. We will now be hearing from Aquaman himself, Jason Momoa, who sadly will be joining us virtually from New Zealand. Thank you.
Aloha, my kako. I'm Jason Momoa. As both a native Hawaiian and as Aquaman, my connection to the ocean runs deep. It's in my heart and soul. That's what connects us all. The more I see irresponsible human activity, pollution, acidification, the extraction that devastates the ocean, I find myself asking if humanity has forgotten that the ocean not only covers the planet, but it also sustains it. Do we not realize that the health of the ocean determines the survival of all species, including our own? The human-induced triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss continues to weigh heavily on the ocean, ecosystems, and the communities that directly depend on it. If we don't change course, the ocean's dire state will continue to decline. It doesn't have to be that way. Through reimagining our relationship with the ocean and working together to better understand, prioritize, and protect it, we can rebuild and preserve the health of the ocean, both now and for future generations. I'm honored to be joining the United Nations family on World Oceans Day, celebrating how wonderful it is to live on our blue planet and underscore the importance of prioritizing the ocean's health for our own health. I'm also proud to support the implementation of global biodiversity framework through which countries aim to protect and restore 30% of the world's ocean by 2030. We live on a beautiful blue planet. It's gorgeous, and we must respect it and honor it. It's our mother. Aloha nui loa. Aloha.
I am now excited to introduce international actor and activist Lucas Bravo, who you may recognize from the award-winning series Emily in Paris, to share a few words. Lucas, over to you.
I'd like to first send our thoughts and prayer to our friends in Canada and Quebec, Alberta, and Ottawa. There's no greater poem than contemplating the wild Canadian forest, and watching it burn is a tragedy, really. And it is the direct impact of our unsustainable way of living, climate change. Having said that, what an honor it is for me to be here among so many bold and brilliant minds who are working to reshape our future. Thank you to the United Nations and Oceanic Global for having me. I am constantly trying to educate myself on the challenges that we face, but I may never know as much as the people in this room who have dedicated our lives to our oceans, to our planet. I could never claim to have done that. In many ways, I feel like a hypocrite standing here. Like most people, I'm still learning. I still make a lot of mistakes in my daily habits, in my life, and the industry I operate in still has a lot of progress to make. But I'm passionately dedicated to my job, and I'm here today to support and shed a light on the incredible work of those in this room and outside of it, fighting to make the world a safer place for us all. Today, I am here to talk about hope. And yes, it can be hard to feel hopeful when
talking about climate change and the effect it is having on our ocean. Each passing week brings more devastating news of marine pollution, unsustainable fishing, and habitat destruction. It is far easier after a long day to switch off, to turn away, to ignore the injustices and outrages being committed to nature. But today I would like to talk about the people who have not turned away, whose actions have sparked seeds of hope, which I believe can take root in us all. I'd like to talk about Daniela Fernandez, who at just 19 years old founded the nonprofit which provides the enabling conditions of community, knowledge, and funding to the people at the front line of climate justice and action. I'd like to talk about Crystal Ambrose, founder of the Youth-Led Initiative, which aims to educate the next generation and whose work led to the Bahamian government banning all single-use plastics. I'd like to talk also about a group of young women, Camille Etienne, Anne-Sophie Roux, Adélaïde Charlier, who came together online to focus their sight on deep-sea mining, which, in its pursuit of rare minerals used to make our batteries for our phones and electric cars, threatens to destroy delicate marine ecosystem and dislodge countless tons of stored carbon from the seabed. The women I have mentioned, plus countless others, are confronting the threats that face us with a staggering degree of hope. The examples they have set serve as an inspiration for me, and I hope for us all. I could never expect to match them in the scale of their achievements, but I think we can all endeavor to follow their lead. Ultimately, it is governments and big businesses that will decide the fate of our oceans, but we as individuals still have a crucial part to play. In the small decisions that we make, to eat less meat or fish, to walk instead of drive, and most importantly, to speak up for what we believe must be protected at all costs, we help to create a global society in which the key decision makers are held accountable, and in which the unchecked plundering of our oceans will not stand. With these small choices, we empower ourselves, we become part of the resistance, and we contribute to the flame of hope that is still burning bright. And when that flame flickers, as it inevitably does for us all, I suggest we turn to the youth and to our children. A friend of mine has a 3-year-old daughter. Her name's Mila. She hugs trees. She tells me off when I'm wasting water. Nobody taught her to do these things. They are in her nature as a human being. I believe that our capacity to care for the environment, for the earth we live in, and the ocean that sustains us comes naturally. We are born with the hope we need. It is the modern world which strips us of this care, of our sense of responsibility to Mother Earth. We need to protect and nurture not only the natural world around us, but the innate need in our young people to connect with the elements, to hug trees. If you have children in your life, drag them away from their screens and get them outside. Take them to the sea if you can, and marvel with them at its immeasurable vastness and infinite wisdom. Train them to practice gratitude for the world surrounding them. Make them understand the singularity of life. Teach them not to take any breath for granted. Give them the tools to avoid the sweet embrace of denial and comfort when met with helplessness. You may have noticed that I've talked mainly about women so far. This is no coincidence. In my journey to educate myself about the environment and the ocean, women have often more than not been my guides. Men have done so much damage to our waters over the centuries. Now it is women leading the way in restoring them. A French cartoonist, known simply as Emma, has written about the mental load, which is the extra responsibility that women carry compared to men, generally taking on greater share of essential tasks around the home. And I can think of no task more essential than caring for our oceans and maintaining the delicate balance of their depth. Perhaps it is time for us men to share a more equal portion of this responsibility. I said at the start that I wanted to talk about hope. When I say that word, I picture the women who have inspired me, those who were not asked to help, but who have gone beyond any reasonable expectation in their desire to educate and act. They are the leaders we need, daughters, mothers, sisters. They are the ones whose example we must follow. We as humans still have much to learn about the world around us. The deep sea, undisturbed for millennia, should be the site of respectful, light-footed discovery to protect its abundance and prevent humanity from further devastating what we're yet to understand. We will never stop wanting to explore the far-flung corners of our planet. It is what makes us human, but we must do so in ways that leave our oceans alive and breathing and beautiful. My only hope is that we can find a way to do this together. Thank you.
For your words of hope. It is so easy to intellectualize the issues surrounding the ocean, but the reality is, as Lucas shared, everyone that works for and with nature does so because they love it, because it is their happy place. It's a place of peace, wonder, joy. So many of us who are motivated to be here in this room do so not just out of worry, but also out of love, which is why it is so important that the work does not only come from our minds, but also from our hearts. With that, it is an honor to introduce wisdom holder and sonic weaver, Fire, who is deeply connected to the water to share her magic. Thank you.
Kia ora, my beautiful family. Kia ora, my beautiful family. Aye. Kia ora to my global family, to those of you in the room and to those of you at home. I greet all of you as a Māori woman of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Acknowledge this sacred land that we gather, o te iwi o Lenape, the people of Turtle Island, te Nakwe. Greet our beautiful Earth Mother. I stand here today as a mother. I stand here to bring the voice of our tipuna, of our ancient wisdom and ancestry into this space. Not your brain. O te manawa, our hearts. I stand here to bring the voice of our beautiful mother, Moana. I'm honored to share my beautiful taonga with you today, made of wood, bone, clay, and stone. The sounds of our oceanic family, our tohora, our beautiful whales, will sing with you today. Here to join us is my tohora niho, whale's tooth, kowowo flute. His name is Te Waitangi, and he's here to sing for all of us in hope that we remember to listen to who we are, who we truly are. In honor of our sacred waters, here in this room and all around the world, may we continue to remember our ancient wisdom and guidance. Ko te awa, ko te awa ko. Ko te moana, ko moana ko. I am the river and the sea. I invite you to close your eyes and go within. To go to a place by the sea that you remember close to your heart. Feel your feet in the sand. And offer your heart to her. kingenga Wharuarua tuma Kua whiti atu ki tua O te pai Her heart is with you, with all of us, as the tides are changing. May we remember the beautiful words of our mother as we stand to protect her for us all. Amihi aroha, my family. I'll see you by the sea. We are only guardians of this beautiful earth. And we listen to the whispers of the waters, of those who do not have a voice in this room. May we honor and protect it as a humanity.
Thank you, Fire, for transporting us to the depths of the ocean. That was so powerful, and for the beautiful, beautiful wisdom that you hold. Thank you. I believe we're going to watch something, and then we'll be going on to a very special fireside chat. Next, it is my pleasure to invite journalist and climate communicator Sophia Lee to moderate this conversation.
Hello, everyone. Woo! Thank you, Faya. That was so beautiful. I believe if ocean can sing, she would sound very much like that. That was exactly what we needed to enter this next conversation, where we will explore the concept of connection in another regard. We're connecting the dots back to the ocean across all areas of life. This intimate fireside chat will shed light on missed opportunities and ongoing work to bridge gaps across representation, knowledge, and capacity building to better understand the ocean for all that it sustains and for the wonder that it is. Please join me in welcoming to the stage two incredible ocean leaders. One, a scientist who holds many firsts. She is the first woman to become chief scientist of the U.S. National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration and Time Magazine's first hero of the planet, Dr. Sylvia Earle. Welcome. You're in the middle. The other, a renowned business leader, dedicated philanthropist, and game changer moving the needle on ocean awareness, Ocean X founder, Ray Dalio. Ooh, all right. Dr. Sylvia, Ray, I understand you two are beautiful, lifelong friends working in the ocean space, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so this would be just a great fireside, like we're in Dr. Sylvia's living room, or where you're on your research vessel, let's say.
The fire is a little bit north of where we are right now.
Yes, the fire is north of us. So thank you both for sharing just so much passion in the ocean space. I want to first start out by asking what, Dr. Sylvia, your personal ocean story is, and how you became to love the wonder that is the ocean.
I think my story is just beginning.
Yes. Woo!
There's so much more to discover and to put into action. More of that later. I want to hear from Ray.
Okay.
No.
This is what Sylvia always does.
It's such a great long story, but you can give us at least a little bit of
All
a
right.
tidbit.
Well, I got knocked over by a wave when I was 3 years old, and the ocean got my attention. And I've had the urge to swim since.
What was your first memory with the ocean? Do you remember?
Yeah, I mean, I could first hear the ocean. And then I don't know which came first, smelling the ocean or hearing it, but then I could see the ocean and finally touch the ocean. But what has held my attention for these many years is the ocean is alive. It was on the New Jersey shore, these big horseshoe crabs that for literally hundreds of millions of years have been climbing out of the ocean, and they're still here. But we have to take care lest on our watch they disappear. So it's the story of the 21st century, the best chance we will ever have to secure safety for horseshoe crabs, for tunas and whales, and for all of us. I mean, this is the moment, the first time we've known what we now know, and it's maybe the last best chance we'll ever have to make peace with nature. We're right on the edge in so many ways. People talk about the planetary boundaries of climate, temperature, planetary chemistry, a lot of things. Imagine if we did not know, but we do know. That is our superpower.
Yes, indeed. Ray, what was your first memory with the ocean?
I grew up near the ocean on Long Island. So like Sylvia, you know, the crabs, the shells, all of those experiences. And then Jacques Cousteau, watching Jacques Cousteau amazed me at what was going on. And then I learned to dive. And then I was lucky enough to have experiences with ocean explorers. And the rest, you know, it was impact. I got a sense of the excitement. I wanted to share the excitement. So it was pretty much a lifelong journey from being a little kid to having more and more immersion in the ocean.
Amazing. And we'll dive into Ocean X in just a second. Seems like both for you too, ocean was your first love. So of all the climate solutions and all of the ecosystems collapsing, why focus on oceans? Dr. Sylvia, let's start with you.
Well, the ocean makes Earth habitable. No ocean, no life. Earth would be a lot like Mars without the ocean. This is the only place that we know of in the universe. Well, there's a lot of water out there, a lot of rocks. This is the only biogeochemical miracle with an emphasis on the bio, life. Life shapes the water and the rocks to make Earth habitable, and it's taken 4.5 billion years to get us to this place from rocks, rocks and then life. And it's taken us, well, think about 1,500, that's, you know, think 4.5 centuries ago or so, when our population was about 500 million, to where we are today with 8 billion. It's even in terms of 4.5 decades, the change wrought by us, modifying those ancient systems in ways that seemed like a good idea at the time to foster our prosperity by consuming nature, and we're still doing it. But tides are changing. I think we're beginning to significance that the most important thing we take from the ocean is not fish or shrimp or krill or cod, crabs, or oil or gas or minerals. The most important thing we take is our existence. It's life, our life. Life as we know it is dependent on maintaining the integrity of the ocean.
That's so beautiful. The more we take from the ocean, the more we take from ourselves.
And the more we bite into our life support system. Ask any astronaut. Do you take care of your life support system, thing that keeps you alive? Well, they tend to learn everything they can about what keeps them alive and take care of it. Learn about it, take care of it. We're learning more. I think, Ray, since Cousteau inspired you and inspired me as well, we've learned more about the ocean than during all preceding history. But at the same time, we're on a fast track to lose more because we think 90% of the sharks are gone. And a lot of the big fish down to historic low levels. And what we're doing in terms of planetary warming, the chemistry of the planet is changing because of us. And we have a chance, the best chance right now. 21st century human beings, kids, there's so much that's cause for despair. But imagine if we didn't know that we have problems. That would be the biggest problem of all. But I think we're so lucky. We still have 10% of the sharks. We still have half the coral reefs. It's not over. Could be, but we have a chance to change course from this to recovery.
Yes, changing tides. Ray, what was your personal motivation in prioritizing ocean, both in your personal life and in your work?
Well, there's an intellectual part, emotional part. Intellectually, it's the biggest, most important thing, right? 72% of the world's halfway up the part of the sea, about 11,000. Everest is about that, and so the water line, 72%. All these continents is bigger than all the continents combined. In terms of habitable space, it's got it's so important, and then there's this emotional part. Like when you go down there and you see all the things that we see, and you saw how emotional it is, how fabulous it is. Then it's totally unexplored and has huge potential. So just imagine there was a continent that we never went to that had all different species and all different things. We'd be compelled to go there for the exploration, the excitement and the importance of it. But this is twice the size, more than twice the all continents combined, and it's unexplored, and potential, the cost effectiveness. The cost effectiveness of exploring the ocean is radically greater than exploring outer space.
Yes.
Yes.
So
You need to do both.
so it's a tragedy and an excitement.
And the deeper we go, the less we know, as you point out. But we know enough to know that that's what keeps us alive. And we're right on the edge of doing damage to the very systems that keep us alive. So why else would we come together and say we have to protect at least 30% of the land, at least 30% of the ocean right now, within the next few years? What is the or else? We will continue this trajectory of decline, because even though there's much we don't know, we know enough to know that taking care of nature, it's our life support system, and it's vulnerable. Think about all the rest of the universe. Where else is there? It's here. And we've got the evidence. And we did not have the evidence when I was a kid. And the thought that we need to go to look at the so-called blue economy as a way to take more from the ocean. No, I think knowing that we need to look at other ways to make fortunes by not taking from the ocean, but by restoring what we've already lost, and to figure it out. We've got great capacity to consider the real value of the living ocean. We know that whales are more valuable alive than dead. I don't mean just ecotourism, or even the carbon value in whales as the carbon value in trees, or sharks, or tuna, or anything else. The living systems have to be more important, intact, than just, we've already taken so much, can't we dive into what we've already taken and make great fortunes by mining what we've already mined, recycle what we've already extracted? Can't we figure it out? Or maybe we have to figure it out.
Sylvia says it so well, it makes the case so well, and she could go on probably for hours and make a greater case about
Yeah, you guys have time, right?
Into the intellectualization of it.
Yes.
Okay. And at the same time, that won't get us anywhere.
I agree.
Until we see it, and we're part of it, and we're immersed in it. I just imagine, there's this sheet, and you can't look below the sheet. Just imagine it was clear, and you can look below the sheet. And then there's the difference of technology. Yes. Amazing changes in technology. For example, on our ship, we have a remote operated vehicle that goes down 6,000 meters. So that means it can see 98% of the world's ocean is within the 6,000 meters. And we have a camera on the front of it, 3D, 360-degree camera. And with goggles, you can go anywhere in the ocean with this technology, and you can see what's going on there. And you can actually, with a joystick, operate from a schoolroom and be there with their goggles and so on.
Sharing.
Right, and so this potential, the excitement, for me, it was potential. For me, that was my motivation, because there it is, and to create and then a great ship, which a combination of supporting ocean exploration, but media that bring that back to people so they can participate. Like, why isn't that? The amount of money that goes to space exploration is about 120 times the amount of money that goes to ocean exploration.
Wow.
And it's much more cost effective to go to ocean exploration.
This is
so
a
there's
part
an
of space.
enormous potential, and there's an enormous, it's both a kick and it also makes for a better life in terms of creating our better planet. So when we talk about those, the intellectual and the emotional, I think have to both be part of it.
No, I'm totally with you. It was reading William Beebe's Half Mile Down when I was a kid. I never got to meet William Beebe. I did meet Jacques Cousteau, and I know some of his family. I guess I know most of his family. But the descriptions of going into the part of the ocean where sunlight does not shine, and that's only about 1,000 feet down, where most of life on Earth lives in the dark all of the time, illuminated by the flash, the sparkle, and the glow of bioluminescence. That just fired my imagination. I could not wait as a kid to be able to have a chance to do what you're describing, to share, to be able to see what Beebe saw. But I actually had a chance to help, working with engineers, build little submersibles, and I found myself down at the edge of light and below the edge. And I saw the sparkle and glow of bioluminescence. And like you, I really felt compelled to be able to share the view and to get, I still do. I think, well, the vicarious experience, like all of you out there who are looking at what we're doing here vicariously, still nothing like being here with Ray and with you and with all of you personally. So the combination of still, and I know you do it, you go down little submarines, and I continue to be driven. I want to go, I want to see for myself, and I do feel that now, because of the opportunity to communicate on the scale that was never possible until right about now, not just knowledge, and not just information, not just graphs and charts and evidence of that sort, but the feeling of that is ineffable. It's what poetry and art and music take us beyond just facts and figures.
So ocean is art in itself.
Oh, yeah.
It's radical imagination. Honestly, you two don't even need me here. I'm like, why? You two can have this conversation.
Why did you care about the ocean?
Well, Dr. Sylvia, I want to backtrack a little bit. So just to give some people a perspective, in case, everyone here is an ocean ally, an ocean lover, but what is the biggest problem facing the ocean? Can we just nail that?
Sure. Well, from my perspective anyway, you can easily look at what we're putting into the ocean, CO2, the avalanche of plastics, toxic chemicals, what we're taking out of the ocean, hundreds of millions of tons of ocean wildlife that we call seafood. We have to think differently about life in the ocean, just as it's taken us a long time to think about songbirds, eagles and owls and furry things as something other than products and whatever, something to eat or use. But those are big problems. But the biggest problem still is not knowing. It's ignorance. Why should I care about the ocean? You know, most of you in the audience here, and probably most of you listening, but if you look around, we still have an immense challenge of getting our species to understand why they should care about the ocean. It's ignorance.
Yeah, so let's talk about this ignorance, because I think a lot of humanity think that we're very separate from the ocean. What is that intersection between planetary ocean health and humanity health? I would love for you both.
Yeah, well, just if you like to breathe, you'll listen up. It doesn't matter where on the planet you are connected with every breath you take and every drop of water you drink. Right, Ray?
Ray, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think your question is like very similar to asking the question, why is it important? Why is the Earth important? Like it would take, and so you asked the question of what is the greatest tragedy or missing, what are we most missing, what is most important, okay? And then if we were to list all the things, we'd be here all day, right? So for our well-being, in so many ways, for all of these things. So, but if you say, what is the greatest tragedy missing? Sylvia's totally correct, right? It's tragic lack of awareness and connection with the ocean. It's like if all the land on Earth was not explored. So you'd say, what is it? So much? So you can't list it. It's going to take too long. What is it? We're not there. What's the greatest missing thing? A tragic lack of connection and awareness to it. Isn't that it?
Yeah, and there's
Hands down. Yes, Dr. Sylvia.
We have some big issues coming up just this year about protection of the high seas, about protection or not of the deep sea. The International Seabed Authority, July, will meet to either approve or maybe hit the pause button in terms of making it okay for companies and countries to start mining the still largely unexplored, unknown deep sea. But we know enough to know, a report came out just last week, about the 5,000 plus species, most of them yet to be given names, that have been discovered over time in the very area where mining is projected to begin, or not, depending on what happens or doesn't happen in July of this year.
What Sylvia's referring to, I think, is really, really important, because what's happening as the technology improves, and those who have, there's no plan, there's no understanding, and those who have the financial desires to exploit that because it is profitable or have a big advantage, because there are going to be those resources and they're going to go do that, and that's what their objective is. The consequences of that are going to be like changing the world. And so it's essential that it's explored and priorities are made. Where do you mine? How do you mine? How do you operate that way? Technology change this 72% of the world is going to be changed without knowledge.
And do we actually have to do it? And if we have to do it, must we do it now with the magnitude of ignorance so
But we're going to do
vast?
it. In other words, we're not going to stop it. The issue is whether we also rush to do it by surveying it, understanding it, thinking it through, coordinating it, and doing it in the right way.
But
Because
maybe-
without, you won't prevent it.
Oh, is that a challenge?
I think
Your
the most
challenge.
important thing to mine from the deep sea is knowledge that is there. There's a library of life. Wouldn't we like to know how the process takes place? It takes a long time, millions of years, to distill the various elements out of the same elements that are in the universe, that are in the ocean. But to disproportionately, mostly from microbial action, it appears, around something organic like a shark's tooth, or a little bit of shell, or ear bone of a whale. That's where microbial action, drawing the minerals out of the ocean, a long, long time. Because all of these elements, cobalt, nickel, copper, manganese itself, whatever it is, tiny little bits in the ocean. If we could figure out how do those microbes do it and harness their power, maybe we don't have to rip apart the ocean floor. Maybe we don't need these metals in the next generation of batteries and other products that we use them for now. You know, the idea that we need to mine the deep sea to power the green revolution, I think that's a great marketing ploy, but I don't know that it's real.
So, okay, yes, thank you.
Look, I'm a practical guy, right? We have a, may I just
Yes, please.
explain?
Please.
There are forces, there are power, and how are we doing on the Earth in terms of managing those things? What resources are handled how on the Earth? Okay, you know that there's a battle between the economics of exploiting natural resources, and you know in cases you need natural resources. So we can't be against natural resources, and we can't be against that. The only thing we can do is hopefully a better job than we're doing on land in terms of first understanding and planning. If we don't understand and plan and control, then you're not going to prevent it. It's like preventing destiny. So we could all be here naively saying, oh, don't do anything down there, okay? It ain't gonna work.
Okay, so let's talk about, because this is very fascinating, these two different perspectives. What are some other barriers and challenges in advocating for the interest in the ocean, whether or not beyond mining? What are some of the biggest barriers and challenges in making sure there are plans and cross-sectoral collaboration and making sure that the ocean is protected?
Different self-interests. In other words, like the profit motive, how that contrasts with the total ecological well-being. There are different interests. There's selfishness. Look at the illegal fishing and so on. It's a contrast between not taking care of the whole, right? There's not a good contingency or a good plan for taking care of the whole. We don't have the penalties, for example, for pollution. They're not the economic penalties for what we're doing to ourselves. So that it's self-interest to make profit at the expense of maybe the greater whole. And then there's governance. We work in places where we see this all the time. Illegal fishing, for example. Just the corruption element, literally in places where there's laws and how that works in terms of enforcement. These are the realities I'm talking about. I'm not being theoretical. I encounter it all the time.
So I just want to confirm, you fundamentally believe we can work with ocean in a way where it's not solely for profit?
You must deal with an understanding. Now, maybe it's too much to ask. I mean, with the world that we're living in where there is corruption, just think about enforcing illegal fishing. You know, I mean, there are laws and there are rules and so on. Think about how challenging it is. So you do the best you can here, okay? So as we think about how does governance work? How does governance work? What is a plan? What are the choices made? That is our only hope.
Dr. Sylvia.
Is halfway toward solving them. If we didn't know about illegal and legal fishing that reinforces taking more than can be replenished on a, quote, sustainable basis. Giving a different value to nature is one of our biggest challenges. What is a tree alive worth versus a tree dead? You can turn it into board feet of lumber. You can build stuff out of a dead tree. But we're beginning, I mean, like right now, big conversations about nature, valuing nature, putting it on the balance sheet, and thinking about the International Monetary Fund's study of the value of whales, the carbon value. We have You know, the world that existed when most of the laws that we currently live by, that world doesn't exist anymore. We've experienced the greatest time of change in the planetary processes in my lifetime, in yours. Even if you're 10 years old, you've been seeing a shift in the degradation of Earth, nature, in ways that threaten, most of all, our continued existence. So that needs to be on the balance sheet. And for mining, why don't we mine what has already been mined as a great source of whatever we think we need? And I'm so encouraged by new technologies that are moving away from these rare earths, that unobtainium in the deep sea. Come on. It's a poor business model to build a society that requires materials that are hard to get to and cause great damage to obtain. If we're as smart as half as smart as we think we are, we need to think, how do we take what we've already taken and put it to better use, and figure out how do we feed ourselves? Big source of carbon, you know, and about half the land transformed just to feed our current 8 billion people. We've got to do better with what we've got rather than eroding more of the land. And 97% of the ocean is currently without, you know, reasonable protection, highly or fully protected. 3% of the ocean. It means 97% of our life support system is kind of up for grabs. We can do better than that. I think that's where great fortunes are to be made, where we need to think differently about what the priorities are. Shouldn't number one priority be, first, we have to breathe. We have to have a planet that works in our favor, and then we can do whatever it is we do with things that make us human.
Dr. Sylvia, I'm so sorry. We need a full day for these two, right? I have someone right here telling me that time's up. So can we do one last question? Because I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no.
Can we do one last question? Because I know that we have a beautiful programming for the day ahead. One last question. Dr. Sylvia Ray, I know that you do transcendental meditation, and spiritual practice is a big part of it. So what's a part that connects you? We talked about the intellectual and the emotional connection to the ocean. What are some spiritual practices or ways that you personally allow yourself to be more connected to the great wonder that is the ocean?
Ray?
Your exploration? Ray?
Well, I think, as you said, I think for me, meditation has given me a certain sense of spirituality. I was speaking with the Dalai Lama, and we were also talking about prayer, and in various ways, the idea of a mantra and so on sort of raises one above one's own life and the totality, and that's what I mean spirituality, the connection to that whole, that is play a role, and then being in nature and seeing it controls me almost. It affects me in a very deep emotional way, and so I feel this the connectedness to it. And then, of course, there's the intellectualization part of it that we're talking about. So it's those elements, I think, that for me personally give me that connection.
Thank you. Dr. Sylvia?
It's looking into the eyes of other creatures who are innocent of anything humans do that make me wonder.
How do you do that?
I could wonder the ocean, or even people everywhere, but especially the kids, especially children, and especially I now have not just 4 grandsons, I have a great-grandchild. He's just a little guy. But it's the innocence of nature, the innocence of those who don't have a voice today. And the decisions we make, I just feel it all the time, have a magnified impact on everything that follows. I've said sometimes that what we do in the next 10 years, now it's 7 years, will determine the fate of the next 10,000 years. It's going to get harder. So I know there are problems, and I do feel like you, Ray, that sometimes it seems inevitable. How are we going to change the tide, if you will, of the movements of where we're going? But I know it's possible because I've seen it happen when you protect nature.
We agree on the goal. Yeah. We agree on the goal.
Different processes. So, Dr. Sylvia, thank you so much. You remind me of this indigenous quote that says that we don't receive the land from our parents. We inherit it. So we inherit the ocean as well. We borrow it from our children. And Ray, prayers, mantras. Is there an ocean mantra that you can share with us?
No, but I do want to take the moment that I have, and I know we're running late. When Sylvia said, look in the eyes, and when you're down there and you look in the eyes of fish and you're participating, I got a real kick schooling with barracuda. In other words, literally, they're schooling, and I wonder how they're schooling, and I go right in the middle of this schooling, and I'm schooling with them, and I look over at them, and they're looking over at me, and I'm having that kind of an experience. When you have experiences like that, and you look in the eyes, wow, that's something. That is connectivity.
Yes.
That is sort of a spirituality.
Beautiful. Okay, so because, maybe today you can't look a barracuda in the eyes, that's not possible, we challenge you to look a fellow participant, someone next to you, in the eyes, even for 30 seconds. I think that will bring just as much connectivity as a deep sea dive.
My name is Fabien Cousteau, third generation ocean explorer.
I'm Chef Nama of restaurant L'Effervescence in Tokyo.
I'm Ryan from Ryan's Recycling and Project 3R.
My name is Meg, I'm an octopus scientist.
My name is Andrea Diaconou, and it's time.
It's time to put the ocean first.
Y hoy es el Día Mundial de los Océanos.
I want to talk to you about my ocean first.
The first time I understood how important our relationship to the ocean is and how much is at stake was probably
when I was 4 years old, diving on the beautiful reefs of Bali, Indonesia with my father.
I've been doing beach cleanups and supporting marine mammal rescue since I was just 4 years old, and I want my kids and grandkids to have the same opportunity I have to see these amazing animals.
After my 4th birthday, I went on my first open water dive with my family. For the very first time, I was introduced to this magical kelp forest.
And that's when I fell in love with the ocean. It gives us most of the oxygen we breathe and a lot of happiness.
As a chef, my relationship with the ocean is at the heart of my culinary passion. The ocean provides us with an abundance of ingredients. We've been creating dishes that appreciate the beauty and bounty the nation has to offer.
It's where I work, it's where I play, it's where my favorite food comes from.
Whether you love the ocean or you're terrified of the ocean impacts your day-to-day life.
The ocean is the provider of the blue economy.
It's twice the size of all the continents combined, and it's totally unexplored.
The ocean does a lot to regulate climate.
We live on a blue planet, and it's time we act like it.
We are deeply interconnected with the ocean.
We would not be Earth without the ocean. In fact, the ocean is what makes Earth so special.
Sí, hacer todo lo posible para cuidar estas maravillas y bellezas porque solo tenemos un mar y nos da muchísimo.
As a chef, I promise to advocate for sustainable practices while honoring the ocean's blessing.
If we don't put the ocean first, if we don't protect the ocean, we are at stake, our lives is at stake, everything on Earth is at stake.
Putting the ocean first means an investment in our future. And for us to imagine a healthy future, we must have a healthy ocean.
If you listen to the voice of the ocean and the many coastal First Nations and Indigenous peoples who have stewarded it, you'll know that she carries a strong message.
I hope you share your ocean first story.
It was so wonderful to hear some of these personal stories from experiences with our beloved ocean. We now turn our gaze up to the stars, to the other global commons that surround us, outer space, for a special World Oceans Day message from the International Space Station.
Hi, I'm NASA astronaut Steve Bone of the Expedition 69 crew aboard the International Space Station, along with my NASA crewmate Woody Hoberg. And we're joining the United Nations in celebrating World Oceans Day.
While orbiting more than 250 miles above Earth's surface, we have amazing views of the world's vast oceans that cover the majority of Earth's surface. NASA is committed to exploring our world's oceans, which help provide resources in our daily lives, like the air we breathe and the food we eat. Protecting our planet includes protecting our oceans. During our mission aboard the space station, we contribute to science experiments and research investigations that help us better understand the Earth and its oceans by capturing images to record how our planet is changing.
Like the endless opportunities of space exploration, only a small portion of the Earth's oceans have been explored, leaving more to understand and discover. Let's come together to celebrate the story of our oceans, the sustainer of life on Earth. On behalf of myself and my Expedition 69 crewmates, happy World Oceans Day.
Thank you so much, Woody Hoberg, and our friends at NASA for highlighting the close interconnection on marine life and ecosystems. As a member of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, he serves as co-chair of Working Group 2 and was, among other things, co-lead for the IPCC's special report on ocean and the cryosphere and a changing climate in 2019. We are very fortunate and honored to have such an expert deliver this keynote presentation on the ocean climate nexus. Everyone, please, a round of applause for Hans. Thank you so much. Lovely meeting you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for this warm welcome, and thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here and talk to you about our findings with respect to climate and ocean. And it's a challenge. We've heard about hope. We've heard about the spiritual meaning of the ocean, but we've also, during the last panel, heard a little bit about the skepticism involved. And I think it's well justified. Because if there's hope, this hope needs to be realistic. And there's only a few years ahead of us where we will be learning whether our hope is realistic. We cannot stop fighting for climate, for stopping climate change, but we want to live in a livable future, and the ocean is part of it, and we do not want the ocean to degrade any further. Tides are changing, we've heard, but are they changing fast enough? This is a challenge that we are currently living through. To remind us, I will talk today about the ocean and the cryosphere, which still offer some of the most spectacular and beautiful sceneries on the planet. Climate change affects, however, 80% of the planet. It affects the ocean as a life-sustaining unit. And this is how the planet is evolving. We are approaching the 1.5 degree global warming that we would like to prevent us reaching if we look at the ambitious side of the Paris Agreement. The ocean is warming, but it's warming less than the land. And the important part of this, and you see this in the colors evolving here for the planet under 1.5, 2, 3, and 4 degrees warming. The reason is the ocean takes up more than 90% of the heat that the planet takes up. It has a huge capacity for heat, much better and much higher than the atmosphere. And it takes up about 30% of the CO2 that we are emitting into the atmosphere by our activities. So it's buffering human activities buffering climate change at a cost. If we put what is happening in the context of our life expectancy, this is the picture we have here. You see that somebody who is born today will witness the changes that we are eliciting by the end of the century. And you see, based on this famous figure of the stripes, which shows how temperature and its variability have been evolving until now and will be evolving in the future. But this depends on our decisions now. What we do now defines the future of humankind and the planet. And the ocean is part of it. And here on this graphic you see some challenges that are evolving. The ocean is warming because it's buffering the climate, and we even talk about marine heat waves now because we see how these heat waves are challenging marine life. The CO2 taken up by the ocean is causing acidification. The measure of acidity, pH, is declining, and it's a challenge for species that are building calcium carbonate shells or calcium carbonate ecosystems like the coral reefs. And then the warming ocean is losing oxygen, especially in those places where there are water layers on top of each other, where the ocean is stratified and the stratification is increasing. But then also there's one aspect to be considered that relates to the cryosphere. The ocean will take up all the water that is being lost from the cryosphere, from the glaciers, from the ice shelves, and it is also losing in the polar areas its coverage with sea ice. So these are the challenges ahead, and on top of that, we are putting our garbage into the ocean. We are using the ocean as a dumping site, and we've heard we are overusing its natural resources. A strong call for protecting the ocean, and sometimes you can only express this in the form of a comic. The ocean is part of global crises. Climate change, biodiversity loss is part of our injustice and inequity in society. There is an uneven distribution of ocean resources, and there is pollution. And if we put that in relation to the challenging pandemic that we've just survived, then these challenges ahead of us have a different dimension and call it even more for action. And let's look at how oceans and marine life are being affected with a focus on climate change. And it's not all about us humans with respect to time. There are other creatures on the planet that live as long as us, or even longer, or even a little bit shorter. So they will also see the result of our decisions, and this graphic produced from our graphic in the IPCC reports by WWF is nicely illustrating. It has whales and it has corals, and looking at systems and their lifespans. And the corals are the most vulnerable ecosystem on the planet. They are special because they are an animal combined with a small algae, and such a symbiosis may be especially be sensitive to heat. And what is happening currently at large scale is that we are losing the life cover of those coral reefs, going from a healthy ecosystem to one that's bleached in the center, losing its algae, to one that is dead because it did not have the capacity to recover. And this is something you can observe from high up. You can observe from space because it's large scale. It's a drastic change that started in the 70s. And our projections say that even in a 1.5 degree warmer world, there is a high risk of losing 70 to 90% of coral reefs and associated services to humankind, fisheries, coastal protection, food security, and there will be even more lost the warmer it gets. We are putting this into a risk assessment analysis using a color code, a burning ember diagram, which illustrates immediately, wow, the situation is that challenging and that risky. So we go from low risk white to medium risk yellow to high risk red and to purple, very high risk. And you see that even in a 1.5 degree warmer world, the warm water corals are on a demise. They have surpassed a tipping point, a planetary boundary, however you want to call it. And there are other systems that have a little bit more of a safety margins. And if we put the ocean systems together on this graphic, you see on the left-hand side the warm water corals in a high-risk situation at 1.5 and especially and even more at 2, but then other systems telling us we can still do something about the oceans to maintain the integrity of many ecosystems and enjoy their services. But there is a projection that is a real warning on the wall. In the tropics, the warming trend goes beyond the temperature threshold of tolerance for especially animals as the most complex or some of the most complex organisms on the planet. What you see here, depending on the degree of warming from a report we just released in March of this year, that there are spots on the planet, on land and in the ocean, where environmental conditions go beyond what organisms can adapt to. These environmental conditions are dangerous. This indicates that these organisms are reaching their evolutionary limits and indicate a loss of habitat. This should call for ambitious action, for stopping climate change at 1.5 to the utmost possible with whatever it takes. And the same is true for humans. We also live in an animal's niche, a mammalion's niche, because what I've said is valid on land and in the ocean. It's valid for all animal creatures, including us. We will also, according to that, lose resources in the tropics, in the low latitudes. Fisheries results will be declining, and this will hurt especially developing countries that rely on small-scale artisanal fisheries. And you see the brownish-reddish colors indicating a loss of fisheries result at the bottom, in the center of the planet, less at 1.5 and even more at +4 degrees global warming. But it's not just about the tropics, it's also about the poles. We see risks evolving there, associated with the drastic change in ecosystem structure. In the Arctic, especially sea ice ecosystems are collapsing. We are approaching conditions where we have an ice-free Arctic in the summer. Bird life in the Arctic is challenged, as well as in the Antarctic, already at 1.5. And that is what we are getting there. There will be, during the next 5 years, we are hearing from WMO, one of these years will go beyond 1.5 degrees global warming with a relatively high likelihood. So it's high time to act. Another challenge that we should be aware, and especially here on the North American East Coast, people should be concerned about, and that is sea level rise. Depending on the degree of warming, indicated here by the reddish and the bluish lines, either keeping warming at 1.5, the bluish line, or letting it go, which is a little bit the current situation still. Warming of the water causes expansion and contributes to an increase in sea level. And then we are losing the ice masses of the planet, the ice shelves, the glaciers. And each of these processes, in Greenland, in the Antarctic, also offer solutions to the world. However, it is getting late to implement them at full scale with the mentality of whatever it takes. And the political and societal will needs to be built for that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Afternoon. My name is Alejandro Alba. I am a senior correspondent at Now This, and also the host of a digital series called Can It Save the Planet, where we explore and break down climatic and environmental solutions. I'm here today to present the next two segments, but first I want to thank again Professor Partner for helping us better understand that the ocean has to come first and how our efforts matter when it comes to mitigating and adapting to a changing climate. Our first segment spotlights three incredible thought leaders who will dive deep into the power and potential of the ocean, exploring technologies, spaces, and innovations to advance our understanding of the ocean and our ability to protect it. This segment would include Fabian Cousteau, Diva Aman, and Tituan Bernicoat. We will first hear from Fabian, an aquanaut, oceanographic explorer, filmmaker, environmental advocate, and founder of both the Fabian Cousteau Ocean Learning Center and Proteus Ocean Group. Sorry.
Bonjour à tous. Hello, everyone. It's such an amazing time to be able to see familiar faces and many new faces, all our fishy friends. Before I start, something about the panel has been stirring up emotions. What Sylvia and Ray have talked about are two sides of the same coin in terms of our endeavors to strike a balance with our life support system. I would propose to the United Nations, to Sylvia, to Ray, to find a way to integrate in the decision-making process the true short and long-term costs of extracting and exploiting the ocean with regard to those resources. I think if we have a better understanding of the true costs of doing such things, we might have a better understanding and maybe a better decision-making process of when to do things and how. Now, with respect to time, since I know we don't have very much of it, let me get straight to the point by asking a single question. What is the actual tangible value of a single phytoplankton? The ocean, as you know, generates the vast majority of the oxygen that we breathe on this planet, and that life that we know or all around us depends on, including ourselves. We're talking about 3.4 billion cubic kilometers of volume, 99% of our world's living space, and yet we've explored less than about 7% of it to this day. This little unique oasis in space floating in the vast emptiness of space. I want us all to appreciate how lucky we are to be able to be one of those few creatures invited to live on this little unique blue bubble. And until we can concretely answer that question, we will know very little about our life support system. And we will continue to find ourselves in the situation that we are today. Scientific understanding of our ocean and its ecosystems are vital to tackling the increasing challenges that we are facing. I was inspired not too long ago by my good friend Sylvia and my ancestors, and a real insatiable curiosity for living under the sea. And I had the unbelievable blessing to be able to lead a group to live 31 days on the ocean floor and to leverage technologies that played a vital role in my team's discovery and research. The new science, the new tech that we were able to test, and the public outreach, to Ray's earlier point, were vital in proving a theory that the ocean has enormous value, and more importantly, maybe, that the world still cares and wants to learn more. Today, we need new thinking and fresh approaches to using this science, technology, and innovation. Now, galvanized by digitization, by the transformation of ocean research and innovation, this stuff is accelerating in unbelievable ways, as you've probably seen in the news recently. New collaborative mechanisms are gaining ground in many parts of the world, and this disruptive digital technology is increasing the features in commercial and scientific applications. And this is where the slippery slope begins. Today, I'd like to share just a few key examples of some of the latest innovations in ocean, things that may be able to benefit the cause that we're talking about today, living in symbiotic relationship with our planet. A networked ocean will create individual vehicles and instruments and provide real-time information about what's happening in the ocean, much like the National Weather Service. Imagine, for example, that we'd be able to predict weather patterns not just days in advance, but weeks and possibly months ahead, with the ability to better mitigate the impact of storm damage and on infrastructure and, most importantly, human life. How much would that be worth? Probably priceless. Having a finger on the pulse of ocean has fundamental impacts to each and every one of us, whether we live on the shoreline or 1,000 miles away. Today's ocean sensors detect things that in the water that human beings just can't. And giving scientists a fuller picture of our ocean, whether it's to speed the direction, the speed of the direction of ocean currents, or changes in saltwater chemistry, or carbon cycling, or even biological productivity in the deep sea, are all important factors in that decision-making process. And sensors that are being perfected these days can now start counting in real time the microplastic concentration plumes and other chemical fingerprints that are passing through our ocean's water, so that maybe we can stop the problem at its source. And other arrays are now becoming capable of performing dynamic fish counts, so that we can look at aquatic species beyond the 92% accuracy from fast-moving platforms such as AUVs or autonomous underwater vehicles, so that we can have a better dynamic understanding of the shifting baselines that are happening in our biodiversity. Another example of innovative technologies is AI and robotics, which will analyze and interpret data much more efficiently. We already see that on land and in space, and even now starting in the oceans. But those interpretations will have fundamental impact in ways that we haven't even thought of yet. And gains in robotics intelligence is undoubtedly leading to ocean monitoring and sampling, particularly in areas that have been too dangerous or too remote to reach. But sampling the ocean is just part of the equation. In order to make accurate predictions of long-term changes, ocean scientists will need to rely on a completely different set of technologies that will be deployed from well below the surface, which require a human-ocean interface. There are a lot of institutions out there gathering data, but unfortunately, even in today, 2023, it is still difficult to share and understand. And there are several institutions out there that are even working on unifying this knowledge, which is a monumental task, to be of use to a much wider network. But this task, as I mentioned, is absolutely crushing. And the missing and essential part of knowledge is sharing it and engaging with the general public, because we cannot do it alone. As a global community, that is the only approach that will be able to get us to the goals that we are striving and preaching for today. The general public has a major part of those solutions that we all seek, and I believe that this is still the most troubling aspect And this is coming from 3 generations of ocean storytellers. When it comes to a global understanding and intrinsic value of ocean to each and every one of us. Some of you may have heard me talk a little bit about a not-so-secret project that we started launching during COVID, of all places, of all times. Proteus, the International Space Station of the Sea. As a social good enterprise, and I underline this, the Ocean Learning Center, which is my nonprofit, is the largest stakeholder, and for good reason. It is the soul, if you will, or the guiding light. But the collaboration to disrupt science is important, and the significant impact on research funding and creating opportunities for innovation are fundamental before we start doing things like strip mining. Imagine the state of art and research and communications and on a platform on the final frontier, to be able to cater to scientists and researchers, a training ground for astronauts and aquanauts alike, a platform welcoming academia, educators, scientists, a Hollywood quality creative platform to reach out virtually to all those who will never get a chance to see the ocean firsthand, and one that caters to advanced engineering and robotics. This permanent presence underwater will give the ability to leverage the human technological interface in a field 24/7 that will allow us to extend bottom times and hence research and discovery opportunities by over 10 times and enable us to have continuous study of subjects mid and long term and highlight the need to go longer, deeper, and further. In the same ways that innovation and collaborations have opened up the doors of space exploration, Proteus will be the first international space station of the ocean and will help spur on marine exploration, drive discovery and global engagement, and has the general public in mind. We are pushing further the intersection between outer space and ocean exploration. As Ray had mentioned, there's over 1,000 times more invested in space exploration than ocean exploration. But if we're to look at investment in our future, and no besiegement to space, so I love space actually. Give me a ticket if there's a round trip to Mars. I say round trip to Mars. But the R&D opportunities are there for collaboration. And I really truly believe that the only way we can get there is through an intersection between governance, sustainable science, and public empowerment and education, which should be the focus. I will leave you with this. You see, my friends, as you will hear throughout the day, the ocean does have some good stories to tell. There is reason to have hope. But it is imperative for us to push hard so that we can accelerate that research and exponentially increase the oceanic knowledge that we can better take care of and protect our fragile life support system. And that we invest the interest that these efforts generate into a future of a healthy planet for all. This was a historic quote that my grandfather had taught me when I was 8 years old. But I'll leave you with this one. For most of history, man has had to fight nature in order to survive. In this century, we're starting to understand that in order to survive, we must protect it. Thank you all, and I wish you a fruitful and productive World Ocean Year.
Thank you very much, Fabian, for that inspiring vision of an international space station underneath the waves. If you ever have a slot for a journalist, sign me up. I'd love to be there. Now on to our next speaker. She is joining us virtually from the Falcor 2 research vessel off the coast of Costa Rica. Diva Aman is a Caribbean marine biologist focused on the little-known habitats and animals of the deep ocean and how our actions are impacting them. She has a deep desire to see stewardship measures applied to the deep ocean, as well as the engagement of a broader group of global stakeholders toward this effort.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Many people think the deep ocean is this far away, dark, cold, kind of scary place. but the reality is just so different. It is the largest ecosystem on the planet, providing more than 90% of habitable space, comprising a significant portion of national waters, and connected to the coasts and sea surface. And with most of the deep ocean still unexplored, there's no place on the planet we know less about. The deep ocean is home to amazing and largely undiscovered fauna that support ecosystem processes necessary for Earth's natural systems to function. From the tallest mountains on Earth and undersea lakes to corals as old as the pyramids, glow-in-the-dark sharks, and blind white crabs sustained by bacteria they grow on their chests. The deep ocean also plays a key role in ecosystem services, such as climate regulation, by absorbing heat and sequestering carbon, as well as links to fisheries globally. It's also an integral part of the culture and well-being of local communities, and the seafloor forms part of the world's common heritage. I can't emphasize how special this part is. We just don't have places like this on land that belong to everyone, to you, to me, to all the kids on the planet, to all their kids' kids. It is remarkable that all of us have some sense of ownership and connection to this vast, valuable, and important part of our planet. But it also creates an extremely important responsibility. And the more we learn about the complexity and importance of life in the deep ocean, the more we realize the great peril it faces. Humankind is at a critical juncture for stewarding Earth's oceans. Decisions we make in the next 5 to 10 years will shape our future. There's a lot to gain, but also much to lose. Often when exploring the deep ocean, we find not only new species, but plastic bottles too. And it's not just pollution and climate change. Our exploitation of the deep ocean is increasing, with new threats looming on the horizon. There are also critical unresolved equity issues relating to how decisions are made, by whom, and on what criteria, as well as who benefits and who carries the burdens. If we continue to proceed without fully realizing what underwater world we are stepping into, we could lose parts of our planet before we truly know, understand, and value them. There is much work to be done, but there is also a lot to be hopeful about. Tides are changing. Today, I'm celebrating World Oceans Day from the Schmidt Ocean Institute ship, the Falcor II of Costa Rica, where we are shining a light on poorly known deep sea ecosystems that could be as iconic and important as the Okavango Delta, the Himalayas, or the Grand Canyon. And this baseline research, including at a seamount where hundreds of female octopuses with eggs have been seen, will be essential for informing future ocean protection and stewardship. And what is even more remarkable about this expedition is that it is led by and largely composed of women and Costa Rican researchers. The ocean is truly global, so all of humankind, not just an elite few, should know enough to inform the decisions we take. By uplifting and empowering brilliant and diverse people, we can answer critical questions. We can co-create ocean action that considers all. We can have real-world impact, and we can move beyond the status quo. And for the younger people watching, wherever you are in the world, we need your minds, hearts, and talents filling ships like the Falcor II if we stand any hope of really understanding all that awaits discovery in the deep ocean and keeping it around forever. It's been such an honor to be here with you today. Huge thanks and congrats to the UN and Oceanic Global for putting together yet another amazing World Oceans Day and inviting me to share. If you get a chance in the coming weeks, please do explore the deep ocean with us via the English and Spanish live stream on Schmidt Ocean Institute's website, YouTube, and social media. Many thanks.
Thank you, Diva, for welcoming us into the deep and vibrant place few of us have had the chance to explore. And also thank you for encouraging us to support the voice of the youth. That movement is very powerful. To close this section, we are pleased to welcome to the stage Tituan Bernicot, the founder and CEO of Coral Gardeners. After witnessing the alarming degradation of his home reef, he was determined to save the world's coral reefs through reef restoration efforts, community awareness, and an advanced innovative technologies.
Yaorana. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure, it's an honor for me to be here in New York for my first World Ocean Day, World Ocean Week. I'm coming all the way from the South Pacific Ocean, from the islands in French Polynesia, Tahiti, where I live and where we have our headquarters. And today, I'm here to talk about what I love. I'm here to talk about the coral reef. And I think we all know about what is going on. We heard from our previous speakers, ocean friends, what's going on with the coral reef today. We almost have lost half of them worldwide in just a couple decades, and they could become the first entire ecosystem to collapse from our blue planet. Today, I'm not here to talk about this situation. I'm here to talk about what is going on right now. I'm here to talk about actions, I'm here to talk about solutions, I'm here to talk about hope. And before showing you how I think that the next couple of years will be really important using technologies, innovation, science to speed up what we are doing, I want to tell you how this passion for coral gardening grew on me. So the house you see on the picture was my first house. From 0 to 3 years old, I grew up in the middle of the Tuamotu archipelago, the remote atolls, and this was the pearl farm of my mom and dad. So this is where I discovered the underwater world for the first time, and it became all my life. At the age of 16, I went surfing with my little brother Ioane and couple island friends. We arrived at the surf break, and for the first time in our life, we saw this. This is the afternoon when I was 16 years old that I realized that the most beautiful and the most important thing in my life is just disappearing. And that around me, nobody was doing anything. And 3 weeks after, one of my dreams came true, and I was introduced to the fabulous world of coral reef restoration and coral gardening. And I will always remember that afternoon when I had the opportunity to go in the water, the crystal clear water of Tahiti, to be out there, there is no one talking, and I had the opportunity to choose my first coral fragment. And when you're fragmenting your coral, same as what Sylvia and Ray said, you have the fish. This attracts the fish, so they come around you, they are basically your co-workers. And it's amazing to see them coming around your arm, your face, and then I had to plant this first coral. And I came back a couple months later, and it was already twice the size, and if you look carefully, you could see some little tiny orange crabs, some damsel fish that choose my coral as their new home. And I told myself, this is the coolest thing on earth. This is what I want to do in my life, so after that, I was hooked, and I dropped out of school, and I started Coral Gardeners here. Thank you. And let me show you the first coral that I planted when I was 16 years old. Really trial and error, trying different methodology in my garden, in my coral garden. But the thing today, guys, is that this is not enough. This is not going fast enough, and coral restoration itself is not going to save coral reef ecosystem. There is global awareness, there is innovation, politics. It's a part of the solution, and for me that's the missing piece of the puzzle, tangible enough to create a global movement. But today I'm here to talk about the future. You know, I grew up watching all of the things happening at the Silicon Valley on YouTube and things, and I was telling my buddies, my island friends, guys, if only we could apply 1% of those technologies breakthrough into ocean conservation and coral gardening, we could speed up what we're doing. And 3.5 years ago, I hired some engineers, some scientists, and we created the Coral Gardeners Labs, where we are developing some technologies. I want our gardeners around the world to be the James Bonds of the field. I want them to have some connected sensors, artificial intelligence, underwater monitoring app, where you can measure in real time the growth, the health of the corals, and sending all of the data to the cloud and on dashboard. And we are developing artificial intelligence like this one. Those are the first coral we planted with the team in front of the house. And now we can know in real time the number of fish coming back, the species, and the biodiversity increase over time. And so restoration itself is new. It's just, we are planting trees on land since thousands of years. It's only a couple years that we are really defining the new methodology to restore entire ecosystem. And now we are able to map the reef with our partners in really high precision to the millimeter, so we can understand what the huge parcel of reef they need in terms of the number of corals. And all this data that the gardeners, the scientists, the engineers are gathering, we are showing it onto a reef map. We call it a digital avatar, where all of the data is available, accessible for the expert to improve the methods and take decisions based on data. And today, during this World Ocean Day 2023 in New York, I'm here to talk about the urgent need for volume, for scale. We need long-term monitoring. We need technologies to better understand the ecosystem so we can protect it. We need to use the available tools to speed up what we are doing. And today, my dream for this World Ocean Day, I'm far from my tiny island, but I have amazing people in the room, so inspiring talk. It's an honor for me to be here, is that we have more people just spreading the story of the reef about the ocean, supporting the people on the field, trying, and that all together we become that first generation to save an entire ecosystem. Maroru, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tituan. I think it's amazing to highlight the positive and good features of AI and technology, especially right now, you know, the conversation around AI being scary with deepfakes and all. This is what we should be using it for. Now, this concludes our first segment. But I just want to say that all these spotlights have highlighted, you know, what it takes for us to really get to know the ocean and take care of it. And it's all very solution-based, right? But before we go to our next segment, I just want to introduce a message from Jean-Marc Pontuet, and he is the Chief Executive Officer of Officine Panerai, and Francesca Santoro, Senior Program Officer at the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. This message showcases the important collaboration to advance ocean literacy for everyone. We're very grateful for Panerai for its generous support of this event.
Thank you, and a great appreciation to the United Nations and Oceanic Global for allowing me to join this celebration of the ocean. I'm very proud to be here with you today, giving support to the UN World Ocean Day in New York, and I'm even happier to see all these communities made of people from a large variety of different horizons tackling the problem together. Born in Florence, Italy in 1860, Panerai became the last 3 decades a luxury watch brand with a direct link to the ocean. We started our journey of sustainability in 2019 when, meeting with one of our brand ambassadors, Mike Horn, used to explore territories like Patagonia or the North Pole. It's him who alerted our organization about the accelerated speed of pollution in the oceans, or not only the one close to the big cities, but also in the most remote territories of the world. You may ask yourself, what is the power of a luxury brand, or even more, what is its role towards ocean preservation? We see it as follows for 3 reasons. Number 1, the power to develop new concepts, which take into account from the very beginning the protection of the environment in terms of packaging, products, new industrial processes, or new approach of our retail concepts. Number 2, the power to contribute to embark others in this approach, agencies, suppliers, other industrial partners, all the ones which participate to our business model. Finally, the power to highlight this cause amongst a larger and more diverse community. UNESCO, with its Ocean Literacy Project, aimed at explaining how we have integrated the protection of the environment in our daily business, how we can, for example, get on board as many people as possible during one of these 20 plastic collection days where we specifically operate our business on target that very day, 10 tons of plastic collected. I would like to leave now the word to our dear friend Francesca Santoro, Senior Program Officer at York UNESCO, to share some words about this very impactful and global project.
Thank you, Jean-Marc, and thank you all. It is really a great pleasure to talk to you on the occasion of the UN World Oceans Day. The theme of this year is Planet Ocean Tides Are Changing, and indeed tides are changing when it comes to ocean action. As you know, we are in the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, also because understanding better the ocean means protecting better. Together with PANERAI, we were able to train thousands of stakeholders, to train thousands of students, but also to set up a program on citizen science to monitor environmental DNA on the PANERAI tool ship called Eileen. And also, PANERAI is a good example of how the private sector can come on board and help us, the scientific community, to drive ocean action. So I really hope we will continue to work with PANERAI to set the example for other private sector representatives. And now I give back the floor to Jean-Marc to unveil the new partnership that we are going to develop as start as September. Thank you and happy World Oceans Day.
At a further step, next September, we're going to launch the next generation Ocean Academy with York UNESCO, an open call for students to incubate their ocean-related business projects, supporting the translation of knowledge into innovation and action that puts the ocean first. Why is the role of the luxury industry so important in reconsidering our relationship with the oceans? Because it can inspire the young generations who drive our future and encourage the shift in prioritization that we need to coordinate as efficiently as possible. Every time I have the chance to give a lecture in universities, I never forget that these students are the leaders of the future, the ones who will have an active role in the protection of the environment. Thank you again, and I wish you a very successful World Ocean Day.
Thank you again to Jean-Marc Pontoet of PANERAI and Francesca Santoro of IOC UNESCO for their generous contribution, but also making us all very ocean aware. We are going to turn now to our second segment, which offers 3 different spotlight presentations that all aim to underscore our interconnectivity to and reliance on the ocean. We will have the chance during this segment to listen to 3 Blue Perspective stories. Excuse me. Definitely, I've been impacted by our unfortunate condition, so I hope you all are taking care of yourselves and your families. Where was I? We're going to listen to 3 different perspective stories from Musa Weli, Mohammed Arju, and Mapume Thumbeni, I apologize, who will share how the ocean affects their lives and works. Let me first introduce Musa Weli, a young underwater archaeologist at the Sheikh Anta Diop University in Dakar, Senegal, and a program coordinator on underwater cultural heritage for the Regional Office for West Africa Sahel of UNESCO.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the organizer, UN, PANERAI, and Oceanic Global. It's a real opportunity to be here for sharing and learning our knowledge about the protection of the ocean. Allow me to speak in French for my communication. And it's a real pleasure also, again, to be here. Je suis né bercé par le bruit des vagues. Donc, et je me suis attaché à l'univers marin grâce aux anecdotes que racontaient mes parents pêcheurs chaque soir lorsqu'ils revenaient de la mer. Comme vous pouvez le deviner, je suis né dans ma famille maternelle, Lébou, les communautés de pêcheurs du Sénégal, particulièrement qui sont au niveau de Dakar, la capitale. Ma passion de l'océan est donc profonde. Elle est ancrée dans mon identité et est devenue aujourd'hui un devoir professionnel, car en tant qu'archéologue sous-marin, j'ai l'obligation d'écrire notre histoire, les cultures maritimes disparues et également de contribuer à cette protection des océans. Comme vous pouvez le voir sur ces images, c'est ma communauté, les Lébou de Dakar, avec leurs pirogues qui aujourd'hui, ces embarcations qui deviennent aujourd'hui l'identité du Sénégal. Si vous tapez sur Google, vous allez automatiquement voir ce type d'embarcation qui vraiment marque l'identité du Sénégal. Donc, à l'heure actuelle, la contribution de l'archéologie sous-marine n'est plus à démontrer. Car on contribue à la connaissance, la protection et la promotion des océans. Mon travail de tous les jours est donc d'explorer les océans pour percer ces mystères à travers les recherches que nous menons pour connaître surtout les modes de vie du passé, les civilisations maritimes, mais également l'histoire de la communauté internationale à travers les navigations dans le passé. Mes explorations au large des côtes africaines m'ont permis de mieux comprendre la nécessité de protéger les océans. Surtout également le patrimoine culturel qui est sous l'eau. Sa préservation contribue à la protection de cet univers marin. En effet, mes recherches en cours au niveau du delta du Saloum. Le delta du Saloum, c'est comme vous le savez tous, c'est un site du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO et fait partie des 7 sites inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial au Sénégal. Et c'est des sites funéraires, des sites d'amas coquillés bimillénaires depuis le néolithique. Ces recherches m'ont permis de comprendre la nécessité de mieux comprendre les effets du changement climatique sur la préservation des océans. Aujourd'hui, ce site du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO est affecté par le changement climatique avec la montée des eaux. Et nous menons des recherches pour mieux comprendre ce niveau de submersion des eaux et pouvoir prendre des décisions quant à sa préservation. En étudiant le patrimoine culturel subaquatique et côtier, nous pouvons tirer les leçons de ce passé et se reconnecter à l'océan. Ce n'est qu'ainsi que les communautés pourront comprendre et valoriser l'océan. Également, je souhaitais partager avec vous les enjeux liés aux épaves historiques sous-marines, qui illustrent également l'importance du patrimoine des océans. À l'image de Urania, comme vous pouvez le voir sur ces images, qui est naufragé au large de l'archipel du Cap-Vert, en Afrique toujours, en 1809, et qui témoigne une partie de l'histoire des nations, notamment le commerce transatlantique des esclaves. Cette épave, comme tant d'autres qui reposent dans les fonds marins, est une nurserie aujourd'hui pour la reproduction des espèces marines. Un grand nombre d'espèces s'y reproduisent et c'est également un site d'intérêt touristique et participe au développement économique de cette communauté, notamment l'archipel du Cap-Vert. Ce patrimoine englouti au niveau des océans est aujourd'hui une priorité pour l'UNESCO, et notamment dans le domaine de la culture, avec la convention de l'UNESCO de 2001 de l'UNESCO pour la protection du patrimoine culturel subaquatique. Nous intervenons pour assurer une meilleure protection de cet héritage qui nous est commun, mais surtout également de renforcer les capacités des professionnels africains. Et c'est surtout l'intervention du bureau régional de l'UNESCO à Dakar, le bureau régional pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, où je travaille comme coordinateur de programme, où nous menons vraiment des programmes innovants dans la région pour renforcer cette expertise dans le domaine de l'archéologie sous-marine, mais également de bâtir des capacités à travers les jeunes pour assurer une meilleure protection des océans. La culture est aujourd'hui l'un des rares aspects qui peuvent créer un lien direct entre l'homme et les océans. À travers la culture, un sentiment d'appartenance s'établit, des liens intrinsèques ainsi que d'engagement se forment aujourd'hui entre l'homme et son environnement marin. Comme le disait le célèbre penseur français, Salomon Renac, la mer est le plus grand musée du monde. C'est donc un devoir pour nous tous ici présents de s'engager davantage pour la protection des océans. Ainsi, je souhaiterais terminer mon message en demandant à la communauté internationale ici présente de se mobiliser davantage à nos côtés pour la protection de ce patrimoine culturel qui est sous l'eau. Et surtout, d'appuyer nos initiatives pour renforcer davantage les capacités au niveau du continent africain, dans ce domaine notamment de l'archéologie sous-marine et des sciences océaniques de façon globale. Je vous remercie tous. Thank you very much. Jërëjëf in my native language. Thank you.
Thank you, Musa, for sharing with us what the maritime past can tell us about the present and the future, and to continue illustrating the interconnectivity between the ocean and those that depend on it. Virtually joining us, we have Mohammed Arju. He is a community organizer and a communicator based in South Asia. Born and raised on Bay of Bengal Island, he now works as communications coordinator for the ICCA Consortium Association, which liaises with national and local organizations worldwide to secure recognition and support for the indigenous peoples and local communities' territories of life.
Hello, everyone. Good morning from here. And thank you for this opportunity to speak today. Our common heritage, the ocean, has always been cared for by our coastal and island communities. These communities can continue to play their role as custodians and guardians of the environmental commons if their voices are heard and their rights are respected. Unfortunately, in many parts of the world, the legacy of colonialism and unsustainable extraction of resources, which has contributed to present-day climate and ecological crisis, it still affects how we interact and care for the ocean. There are, however, promising signs that approaches to ocean governance are changing. Many coastal and island communities are reviving traditional knowledge, governance, and management systems to take care of the ocean spaces in their territories. Indigenous people and local communities in many countries refer to these conserved areas as territories of life. These territories of life are diverse as the peoples and communities who shape and sustain them through their unique cultures, governance systems, and practices. The policymakers have to recognize the positive contributions that these indigenous and local governance systems can make. The states have a responsibility to create an environment where these communities can determine their conservation priorities. If that happens on the national level, these communities can achieve remarkable successes in protecting oceanic habitats, promoting bicultural diversity, and preserving their own cultures and livelihoods. I'm lucky to work with communities worldwide who are putting the ocean first. Working with communities to tell their stories of their accomplishments gives me immense joy. Let me share a few examples with you. In the Atlantic region of West Africa, in Senegal, communities of fishers in the lower Casamance River basin almost 2 decades ago, the leader of the fishers, Salatu Sambu, now also my colleague in the ICCA consortium, felt the need to revive his community's territories of life. Salatu led the process. The local fishers of the Diola people in the region mobilized themselves and brought together nearly 12,000 people to form an association called Kawawana. Kawawana in local language means our heritage to be preserved together. They established their own territory of life to sustain their livelihoods and all diversity of life. With governance and management systems based on traditions, now the territory is thriving with aquatic diversity of life. This was also possible partly because the communities successfully pursued the Senegal government to officially recognize their territory in 2010. The success of Kawana also inspired and helped other communities in Senegal to declare their territories of life. Another example that gives me joy, in Latin America, in Chile, in the southern Aysén region, the indigenous Mapuche Huilliche people took the initiative to work together with the local artisanal fishing communities to together govern and take care of coastal and marine territories of life. This is significant progress for the ocean in Latin America and in terms of collaboration across communities. Borrow the words from the community organization, the Asociación de Comunidades Territorio Huilliche Chono. This comes at a critical juncture in which the archipelagic marine ecosystem in that region and the people are threatened by unsustainable aquaculture, industrial overfishing, poverty, and inequity. This initiative by indigenous peoples has been possible partly because there is existing policy support where initiatives by indigenous communities in Chile can be legally recognized. Indigenous peoples in the country successfully secured a national law in 2008 that can classify an area as a coastal and marine area of indigenous people. So now these communities can rely on the fact that their self-mobilization and efforts to sustain and defend the ocean can achieve legal recognition and protection. I'd like to highlight that in all these examples of successes, communities are thriving because they advocate for positive change in legal, policy, and institutional frameworks in their countries, both at the local and national level, which are adopted and implemented by their governments. I'm convinced if governments globally were to embrace this proven approach to territories of life and were to remove the remaining structural and political barriers to the leadership, the stewardship of indigenous peoples and local communities in the governance and management of oceanic and coastal territories, we can turn the tide for planet ocean. I could tell you many more success stories of indigenous people and local communities who govern, manage, and conserve their territories of life. Let me close, however, by saying that these communities deserve our support and support of their governments at the local, national, and international levels. To ensure effective, equitable, and sustainable approaches to coastal and marine conservation, we must put people of the ocean, our communities, who are the custodians and guardians of the ocean, first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arju, for joining us virtually and also sharing your experience with us, which is very inspiring. Now, our next performance will close out this segment, and we are very fortunate to witness a very special, unique performance here on stage by Mampuye Mumtambeni. She is an award-winning performer and theater maker from Umlazi, Durban, South Africa. And as co-director of Empatheater, she focuses on merging research and performance in service of marginalized communities, where the theater acts as sort of a healer or shaman, and stories are a form of medicine.
Odlala sangoma, odlala bo, bayeza bangoma baphumolwa nje, odlala thongolami, odlala we, bayeza bangoma baphumolwa nje, odlala lwandle, odlala bo, bayeza bangoma baphumolwa nje. I remember the first time the sea spoke to me. The more I followed the voice, the more the currents began to tug and pull at my legs until my feet could no longer feel the sand. And just as this was happening to me, just as I was about to fall into a deep sea dream, I felt the bony grip of Ukoko pulling me back to the surface. Yay! Mzukulu! Gogo yelled, "What were you doing in there? Remember what I have told you. Our ancestors are living down there. Sometimes their voices are so strong that you won't even realize you're swimming out past the wave to reach them." What will happen to me there, Gogo? They will take you under, and they might choose to keep you. When you go down there, you will find very old dark women who live there. Ogoga badala. Uphehluka hamba lapha mzukulu. When you first arrive, they are waiting to receive you. They will know exactly whose child you belong to. When I first was called, I was met by my great-great-grandmother who was waiting for me with her mouth wide open. "Go in, child," said the voice of my mother. "Don't be frightened." When I walked in, it was like walking through big doors of a house, just like that story from the Bible where Jonah is swallowed by a fish. The only difference is that when you go inside, you embrace great powers, uba namandla makhulu, and your mind goes to another level. But when Mzukulu, you are not yet ready for this. It's not yet your time. This is a scene from our amphitheater play, Lalelwa Ulwandle, Listen to the Sea. My name is Mpume Mtombeni. I was born and raised in Umlazi, a township near in Durban, in South Africa. I am a healer, a sangoma. I use words and stories like this one to heal. I remember when I was growing up, ngisakhula ngisamncane, I used to visit sangomas in the neighborhood, and they would teach me how to beat the drum. They would teach me how to dance. They would teach me how to listen and learn from my dreams. I remember one old sangoma telling me how people would go twasa in the sea, how they would be carried by this big cloud into the sea towards their ancestors. How did they get into the sea? I have carried this question with me my entire life. I could have never imagined answering this question through our theater methodology, amphitheater, that the answers would keep flowing with new understanding like the tides and phases of the moon. Over the last decade, our public storytelling has created amphitheaters of empathy, extra-legal tribunals where we can bring out different ways of knowing, being, and doing together, and make new decisions, create new laws and policies in different contexts. Our play, Ulalela Ulwandle, has been co-created with traditional healers, small-scale fishers, scientists, children, lawyers, policymakers, educators, and others. It has toured up and down our coastline, performed at international policy events like the COP27 and the headquarters of FAO, and now the UN here. This play and our short films have been used as evidence in court cases against big oil companies and ministries of minerals and energy who are selling our ocean without our consent, without thinking of our ancestors. These stories were included as evidence of intangible heritage of our fellow indigenous fishers and coastal peoples. And last year, we won 3 court cases in a row. I am here today to call all the policymakers, all the decision makers, align with the storytellers, the healers and lovers of the ocean who have words and images, dreams and memories, who can speak to the ocean and who can also listen to her needs. Our stories are the sacred medicine, umuti, that ocean decision-making needs. Storytelling and story listening dissolves the barriers and disconnections between disciplines and departments. It sculpts new evidences, new ways of making meaning with the ocean. Listen to us. We know the sea. Nivume, vumela nithongo likaba. Nivume, vumela nithongo likaba. Nivume, vumela nithongo likaba. Nivume, vumela nithongo likaba. Nivume, vumela nithongo likaba.
I mean, let's keep giving it up to Mpume for that extremely captivating, healing performance. Thank you so much for that performance. It's an amazing way to close out this segment. And thank you all for being here, also for promoting the ocean, awareness, implementing solutions, and caring. I want to introduce our next segment, which I know is a fan favorite, and that's the photo competition. But to set it off, I'd like to welcome back to the stage Lucas Bravo.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. I'm happy to be back on stage to introduce the next segment, the photo competition for World Oceans Day, which is celebrating its milestone 10th anniversary this year. During the segment, you will see world-renowned photographers presenting this year's incredible winning images and hopefully experience the power of photography and art to remind us that of our inherent connection to the ocean, a connection that facts and statistics cannot fully communicate alone. Tuning in virtually to kick us off will be Ellen Coyhartz, freelance underwater and wildlife photographer and curator of the photo competition for World Oceans Day, to share a bit more about the competition and this year's judges.
Welcome to the exciting announcement of the winners of the 10th photo competition for United Nations World Oceans Day. The 10th annual photo competition is coordinated in collaboration with the United Nations Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea, Dive Photo Guide, Oceanic Global, Nausicaa, and the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. Thanks to the efforts of the coordinators, who I want to thank sincerely, and thanks to the participation of you photographers, professional or amateur, or just people with a keen eye carrying a camera and pressing the shutter at the right moment, we have been able to build an extensive database of images in a wide array of categories to help visualize for decision makers and stakeholders that we have to put the ocean first. Everything is connected, and there is no planet Earth without a healthy planet ocean. The results of our photo competition have provided images showing the connection between livelihoods, coastal and urban communities, the challenge of human stressors on our water supplies, scientific discoveries and solutions, but also the beauty of all life depending on the seas and all creatures in the oceans. To celebrate this 10th anniversary, United Nations Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea has been granted the permission to showcase a celebratory exhibition in the visitors' lobby at the United Nations in New York. The theme is Photography for Sustainable Development. The images are amplifying the narrative, and the narrative is enhancing the images, thus proving the importance of photography at the negotiation table, the ability to be touched by an image, the evocation of curiosity, and the start of a dialogue leading to tides that are changing. We invite you to take a look at the exhibition in real life or at the UN exhibition website. And we hope you too will get carried away and inspired to be the change you want to see. And now, on to the results of the photo competition. Announced by Ian Bongo Seldrup, our hosting partner for the past 10 years with Dive Photo Guide. And the judges, Antoine Janssens, Rajan Desai, Ratika Ramasamy, Ipaut Lin, all at the top of their...
In one category, we invited photographers to address the urgency of the problems that the oceans face by submitting a set of 3 images. The category is called No Time to Waste, and all 3 of our winners used their images to show the literal meaning of waste. In 3rd place, Inès Gouvarts from Belgium. She's the in-house photographer for the global NGO River Cleanup. Her 3 images show the tragic build-up of plastic trash at the mouth of a river flowing into the Adriatic Sea. This is a river in Albania, but it could be anywhere. All over the world, rivers are carrying plastic, trash, industrial waste and other pollutants from our towns and cities to the oceans. Inez's images, especially the aerial shots, demonstrate very effectively just how huge this problem is. 2nd place goes to Simon Lorenz from Germany. Simon's a professional underwater photographer who's seen firsthand the tragic result of plastic pollution in the oceans. This isn't just plastic from our cities. This is another form of deadly plastic, ghost nets. Simon often comes across animals that have become entangled in these discarded and abandoned nets, living and dead. These 3 gut-wrenching images were shot in Sri Lanka's waters, but again, they could have been photographed anywhere. Sadly, there was nothing that could be done for the first turtle in that image, but incredibly, the turtle in the other 2 images was unharmed when Simon's team first found it, and they managed to cut it free. Finally, the winner of the No Time to Waste category, Alvaro Herrero from Spain. And for anyone fascinated by the ocean's biggest animals, these 3 images really are incredibly difficult to look at. A humpback whale whose tail has become entangled in a buoy. It's tragically dying, slowly and painfully. This is a tragic end for a beautiful animal, a special animal, captured by another very skilled photographer. And it really hits home the tragic consequences of waste in our oceans and the urgent need to find solutions. Congratulations to all 3 winners for showing us these hard-hitting, thought-provoking images. Now here's competition judge Antoine Janssens unveiling the winners of Putting the Oceans First.
Hi everyone, my name is Antoine Janssens. I'm a videographer and photographer, and it's a huge honor to be part of the World Ocean Day photo competition this year. I'm here today to announce the winners of one of the categories, and this one is called Putting the Oceans First. Alright, let's start with the 3rd place. The name of this photographer is Edward Herenio Parra. He's from Colombia. His shot is called Eyes on the Future. On this photo we can see a biologist who is making sure that these baby sharks has a normal activity to be fully released in the wild. And we have to know that this species of hammerhead sharks is critically endangered, so it's beautiful to see people just trying to save them and to avoid a complete extinction of the species. Now the second place, and this shot is also made by Edouard Erigno-Para, congratulations for that. It's called Full Hands, and on this photo we can see volunteers helping to oxygenate baby sharks before to release them, we would say, in the wild. And now time for the first place. Congratulations to Tom Schlesinger from Israel. His shot is called Checking Out a Coral Nursery. As you can see, I really love this shot because we can see this turtle inside of a nursery, so inside a place made by human. But it's incredible to see how life is taking over this place in a completely natural way. And now there is a full ecosystem living inside of this nursery, and it's again, it's beautiful to see people putting energy to restore and to protect the ocean. I will now leave you and giving my place to another judge, Rajan Desai, for the announcing of a new category called the Wonderful World of Tides. Bye-bye.
It's my honor to announce the winners in my favorite category, the Wonderful World of Tides, which explores the importance of tides to millions of people and other species around the world that depend on them. So, here we go. Honorable mention goes to Nuria Buford Costa from Spain, who captured a beautiful portrait of a marine iguana resting on the shore during low tide. These marine reptiles found only on the Galapagos Islands survive on the algae exposed during the low tide. And the second honorable mention goes to Palbos Evangelidis from Greece for the photo titled Catch of the Day, showcasing the traditional stilt fishermen in action in Kogala, Sri Lanka. This photo is an excellent example of our dependence on the ocean, mainly the rise and fall of tides. And in the third place, we have Alex Parmiakov from Russia. This photo makes me smile. Congratulations on capturing a beautiful moment of a surfer catching a big wave. In the second place, we have Sina Ritter from Germany. This photo celebrates nature at its best. It's always wonderful to see a newly hatched turtle reach the water successfully, completing a small but essential part of the journey of its survival. While capturing this magical moment, Sina used the golden light of the settings and beautifully creating a lovely photograph. In the first place, we have Chris Cook from USA. Chris used his drone to capture this aerial view of the waves crashing on the beach. The photo captures the energy and the power of the waves as they explode on the beach. Chris showed patience and creativity in capturing the right moment, even if that meant returning to this location multiple times. Congratulations to all the winners and to those who participated in this year's competition. Now it's my honor to introduce my fellow judge Radhika Ramaswamy, one of the most influential wildlife photographers from India. For her, wildlife photography is passion and a powerful medium to connect and conserve nature. Radhika will present the winners of the category Ocean is Life next.
Hi, I am Radhika Ramasamy, wildlife photographer from India. I am honored to be a jury member for the 10th annual UN World Ocean Day photo contest. Ocean photography helps us to connect to marine life and enable us to realize that we are blessed to have a large biodiverse system which represents 70% water in the earth. I am privileged to announce the winners of the Ocean is a Life category. The honorable mention goes to Galais Hora from France. The mouth-brooding cardinal fish taken at Selatan, Indonesia. The hatchlings look like illuminated stars. Very well taken. The third place goes to Rachel Moore from USA. Group of sharks taken at Tuamotu Islands, showcasing the beautiful underworld of sharks family and healthy population rise in the century. So including the diver in the composition gives the scale of depth in the photograph. And the second place goes to Nicholas Manager from Germany, giant humpback pair. So I loved how he captured the decisive intimate moment. It looks as if they are reassuring themselves and ready to take off the world. Like the simple symmetry composition works very well here. And finally, winner of the Ocean is Life category. The mother and son collecting seagrass meadows in Bali, Indonesia. It captures their work in the hand-in moment, and we could see ocean biodiversity plays a big role in the day-to-day livelihood. Wonderfully composed. I like how the photographer placed all subjects in each layer. Hearty congratulations to all the winners and happy World Ocean Day to everyone. The next Miss Ipa Woodland presenting Big and Small Underwater Faces category winners. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ipa Huaidilin and I am based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm a professional wildlife and underwater photographer and also a scuba instructor. I'll be announcing the category Big and Small Underwater Faces, which is my favorite category of all. This category showcases stunning images of portrait photography underwater, and the pictures are simply amazing. The third place goes to Adriano Moretin from Italy. Now, this stunning image showcases 3 porcelain crabs symmetrical on a soft coral, which is not easy to actually shoot. The second place goes to Simon Temple from United Kingdom. His image showcases a common goby inside a sea urchin, which has vibrant colors all around it, making it spectacular. And the first place goes to Glenn Ostel from USA. Now, this image showcases a young seal full of emotion surrounded by fishes while hunting. Incredible. Congratulations to all the winners in this category. Ellen Gallads, our curator, will now announce the final category, Underwater Seascapes. To you, Ellen.
Thank you, Ipa. Underwater seascapes usually is a category with many entries, and to grab the attention of our seasoned judges is an accomplishment on its own. Ending this winner's announcement with a category full of wide-angled dream value, we hope to inspire you to take action to protect these amazing sceneries. Honorable mention goes to Fanping, China. It's a serene image of Cenote de Pit in the Yucatan Peninsula. Freshwater aquifers are connected to the ocean, and the lives of many people are depending on these supplies, but also the reefs depend on the preservation of the water quality within. Third place goes to Simon Biddy of the United Kingdom. Many images of the playful colony of sea lions at Los Islotes in a national marine park and UNESCO World Heritage Site close to La Paz in Mexico have placed in this competition the past years, but this one, with a silhouette of a female playing with 2 pups surrounded by a shoal of sardines, evokes such an intimate view in a world hidden to many that the judges and I could not resist. Second place goes to Mayumi Takuchi Ebins, also United Kingdom. A female moon jellyfish changes color to a bright pink when she's ready for mating, and she attracts a bloom of males. It's a stunning image taken in the cold waters around Alaska. And the first place goes to Andy Schmidt from Switzerland. An action shot of a female orca feeding on schools of herring in the fjords of northern Norway, taken while freediving. And the clarity in this shot is just inviting, although taken in difficult and low light conditions, which would classify as uninviting. So well done. Congratulations to all winners and participants, and thank you for sharing your images to help educate and preserve our fragile balance on our blue planet. Thank you for organizing this day and for making the photo competition a part of it. A special thank you to François Ballet, whose tireless efforts have kept this photo competition growing. Happy 10th anniversary. Back to you in New York, and remember, let's make every day World Oceans Day. Bye-bye.
Wow, what amazing photos. Thank you, Ellen. And as Ellen just ended that, actually mentioning François, it is really my honor to introduce François Ballet, our partner at Dualis, who is really responsible for organizing World Oceans Day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leah. And hello, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed this year's program, whether in the room here with us or online. It's a real pleasure for me to be on stage. You know, it's something I don't have the pleasure of doing very often. I think it's because sometimes I don't stick to the script, or I've been told I move around too much. But I guess my colleagues have charged Leah with being the chaperone and keeping me moving, so...
I'll try.
Before I get into trouble, let me go back to the contest. What an amazing set of photos, right? I mean, you have to understand how difficult it is to capture those moments underwater, where everything is moving, where the light conditions are low, where you're concentrating on survival. It's really, really amazing. So I want to really do a big shout out to Ellen, who has done so much to build and grow this photo contest over the last 7 years that she's been working with us. And of course to our partners, Dive Photo Guide, and all the judges and the photographers who are sharing these moments with us. I can't imagine a more wonderful way to end this year's event, and also to mark the photo contest's 10-year anniversary. It's incredible to think that beyond these events, like the one we're holding today, marking World Oceans Day, several countries and cities around the world are holding World Oceans Weeks now. The oceans desperately need all this attention, and we really need to start understanding that we do live on a blue planet.
Yeah, the time to mobilize is now. As we said earlier, and you've heard throughout the day, it's time to put the ocean first. And with that, I wanted to thank all of you for joining us here today, and for those that are tuning in online for World Oceans Day.
Indeed, and a very special thanks to all the presenters who I know are sitting here, the speakers, and of course Oceanic Global and the team, Dualis, the team, Special Events who are always behind the scenes and making this possible. Really big shout out to you. And to the Friends of World Oceans Day, and Emily, who always helps us so much coordinating that group. And last but not least, a big thank you, mille grazie to Panerai, and to Discover Earth for making this event possible.
So what you didn't see here today is the huge team and community, in addition to everyone that François just mentioned, that brought today's programming to life. So in addition to the Dualis team, the outstanding volunteers, the hub members, the check-in team, to our production partner and creative partners, including 351 Studios, C Factor, PTR & Co., Megan Goldman, Nicole Hitchen, Carl Navarro, Karen Radthor, and Jake Bushell. Our music partners, Tony Castells, Stephen Grabowski, Free Time Media, and 32 Music. And to our media partners, OceanX, Discover Earth, Now This, Brute, EcoWatch, Good, and ESG News. Obviously, we like to make this a really big family affair. So with that, we wanted to wish everyone a wonderful World Oceans Day, week, month, and we hope that you leave here empowered to put the ocean first. Happy World Oceans Day!
Happy World Oceans Day!
Thank you. And we'd love to invite all the speakers to join us